This meeting is 3 languages available, that is in English, French, and Portuguese. On the Zoom interpretation icon at the bottom of your screen, you can select your preferred language and you click mute original audio. Also, just to remind honorable members and participants that this meeting is being recorded as part of the journals of the Standing Committee in line with the rules of procedure. In case any member wishes to speak, they can raise their hand on the raise hand icon, also at the bottom of the screen. In a similar manner, if any member wishes to confer with the chair, you can utilize the chat box at the bottom of the screen to chat with the chair. For those participants on video, make sure your camera is properly set as the meeting is being live streamed. Those few housekeeping announcements, I now give the floor to the chair, Honorable Onani. Honorable Chair, sir.
Yes, Sharon.
Yes, Chair, you can go ahead and call the meeting to order.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nyorongo, for the opening housekeeping rules. Honorable members, salutations to honorable members of the SADC Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources. The Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Ms. Bomo Segoma, the moderator, Mr. Andrew Maruidze, I hope I pronounced it well, the rapporteur and also the committee secretary, Ms. Sharon Nyorongo, our distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is my singular honor.
Honorable Chair, sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
Yes, Chair, maybe before you proceed with your opening remarks, we can confirm the quorum. And at this juncture, I wish to confirm that we have received confirmations from Malawi, who is U-Chair, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Seychelles, Namibia, Botswana, Mauritius, Madagascar, and South Africa. And we also received apologies from Tanzania, DRC, and Angola. Maybe at this point, Chair, allow me to share the agenda of the meeting so that it can be adopted before we proceed.
No problem, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair.
Sharon?
Yes,
I've
Chair.
gone through the agenda. Honorable members, do we have anyone to propose and second the agenda before we proceed?
May I?
I propose, Chair.
All right.
I second. Thank you, Chair. You can proceed with the opening remarks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Sharon. It is my singular honor to welcome honorable members to the meeting of the SADC Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources, which is taking place virtually under the theme, Consolidating Democracy by Bringing Parliament to the People. Honorable members, let me state from the onset that we are privileged today to have an opportunity to engage with our citizens through the citizen representatives who have been uniquely identified by the SADC PF Secretariat. For this, I commend the Secretary General and her staff. It is a brilliant idea to bring the representatives and the represented together in the spirit of dialogue and exchange views. It is gratifying to note that our work today will take a holistic approach, as we will focus on all the thematic areas of the committee's mandate, namely food, agriculture, and natural resources. Specifically, we will be interrogating the following questions. How can citizens be assisted to promote subsistence and biofarming, which is free from use of toxic fertilizers and pesticides? 2, how do countries become self-sufficient in agriculture products that would also reduce import costs for the consumer? 3, what measures should be installed to decrease the price of groceries for the end consumer? 4, should citizens be encouraged to produce their own clean energy, i.e. wind or solar, as independent power producers? Honorable members, food and energy security are key aspirations for our region. There is no doubt that as a region, we need to develop a sustainable food system for our citizens. In order to attain this target, it is imperative that we focus on agricultural policies that support the smallholder and subsistence farmer, with particular attention to the use of sustainable agriculture practices without or with minimum negative environmental impacts. I am aware that within the SADC region, we have a wealth of knowledge in indigenous farming systems that focuses on natural farming products. Such knowledge can be blended with modern scientific, environmentally friendly farming methods to achieve food security for our region. Honorable members, let me also speak to energy matters. Nearly 1 billion people across the globe do not have access to modern energy, that is electricity, in their homes, and Sub-Saharan Africa accounts for 75% of this number. In Sub-Saharan Africa, there is an urgent need to deal conclusively with issues of energy poverty, which have significant implications on the political, social, and economic landscape. Honorable members, you would agree with me that lack of electricity inhabits those aspects of daily life that many of us take for granted. For instance, electricity serves as an engine for our economies. We need it in schools, offices, hospitals, for example, to allow the storage of vaccines. Therefore, there is need to expand electricity access on an individual scale to enable families in the SADC region aspire to the same standard of living as families in other parts of the world. However, there are so many barriers in deploying solar and other renewable technologies in Africa. This includes the initial cost of installing them. The situation highlights the need to establish financing mechanism for the projects without burdening our representative member states with debt. There are talks at various forums, including at the just ended United Nations Conference of Parties, COP27, that took place in Egypt, for Africa to transition to adopt clean energy technologies. However, as member states in the SADC region, we need to be alert and ensure that we secure a just transition for our citizens. I am confident that through our interactions with the citizens' representatives, we will benefit from detailed discourse on the various subject matters, and that our meeting will culminate into cogent recommendations to the SADC member states on the matters under deliberation. We are going to interrogate these critical issues today and make clear policy resolutions and recommendations to the 52nd Plenary Assembly. We are grateful to all participants here today for taking time out of their busy schedules to come and engage the committee during this session. It is now my honor and privilege to declare the meeting of the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources officially open. I thank you. Thank you very much. Over to you, Sharon.
Sharon, you are on mute.
Thank you, Chairperson. Sorry for that mishap. The next item on the agenda is a consideration of minutes of the previous meeting of the committee. In this regard, I'll proceed to share the minutes, and then the chairperson, you will guide the members through the minutes. Thank you. Honorable Chairperson,
Yes, Sharon?
I'll go back to the beginning of the minutes. Maybe you could guide the members item by item in case there are any corrections. So I'll run through the minutes again,
Okay,
item by item.
all right. Honorable members, we can follow through the screen that is being beamed by our clerk. As you can see, the members that were present on that particular day. If we're missing any member that was present or that had sent an apology but we haven't captured it, please, you can come forward. We can scroll down, Sharon. Honorable members, as you can recall, that is the agenda we had. If there are any observations from one of the members, please, you can raise your hand so that you can comment. You can scroll down, Sharon. Honorable members, as you have just gone through, that was the previous chair's speech that was delivered, and then we had also gone through the previous minutes that we had also adopted. And then we had moved on to the presentation on the theme, participation of parliaments towards building resilient agriculture systems in SADC region through enhancing public finance management. And those are the conclusions and the resolutions that were made. And then we had gone into the elections of the chairperson and the vice chairperson of our standing committee.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, Shan.
Yes, the next item is matters arising from the minutes.
Okay. Honorable members,
Honorable Chair.
yes, Sharon.
Yes, I think you can now call for adoption of the minutes.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, anyone to propose adoption? Honorable members, I'm looking for someone to propose an
Okay.
adoption, and then we're
I
going to
propose,
have a seconder.
Honorable Chair, I propose the adoption.
Thank you very much. We have got
I-
Seychelles.
I second. Honorable
And
Chair,
we've got Zimbabwe seconding. Sharon, please record that.
Thank you, Chair. I've taken note.
Thank you.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, Sharon.
Yes, since there are no matters arising, and the next item on the agenda is the public hearing, which is supposed to start at 11 hours.
Okay.
Through you, Chair, maybe you could request that this meeting is adjourned until 11 hours when the public hearings commence.
All right. Thank you very much, Sharon. Honorable members, as you have rightly heard that we haven't had any matters arising, and we have also successfully adopted our minutes. And our next item on the agenda is to have the public hearing, which starts at 1100 hours. In approximately 1 hour and 15 minutes, to be precise from now. So I would therefore adjourn the meeting to 1100 hours. Meeting adjourned.
Where?
Yeah, you're good. You're good. You're good.
Yeah. So, what about the language? How can I do to access the translation?
Go to mute yourself first, but go to interpretation.
Here, this button.
Yeah. Choose Portuguese.
Yeah, definitely done.
Okay, mute yourself.
Good morning, honorable members and distinguished participants.
Good morning, Sharon.
Good morning, thank you. It is 11 hours and we'll now proceed to the second session of this meeting, and that is the public hearing session. Let me just at this moment make a few announcements. Yes, Honorable Katamelo, you have your hand up. Honorable Katamelo, would you like to say something? Okay, sorry, I think he's not able to hear me. Honorable Chairperson of the SADC-PF Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources, Honorable Ishmael Ndaila Onani, MP, members of the SADC-PF Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources, parliamentarians from SADC National Parliaments, Her Excellency Ms. Boem Sekoma, SADC-PF Secretary General, SADC citizens from across the region, representatives of civil society organizations, representatives from partner organizations, SADC-PF Secretariat staff and staff of SADC National Parliaments. Distinguished participants, I have the honor this morning to welcome you to this public hearing session by the SADC-PF Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources, which is being held virtually on Zoom platform. At this point, I wish to make a few housekeeping announcements regarding the conduct of all participants on the Zoom platform. I will start with the issue of keeping microphones on mute. We are urging all participants to keep their microphones on mute unless given the floor to speak by the moderator. This meeting is available in the 3 official languages of SADC-PF, namely English, French, and Portuguese. On the Zoom interpretation icon at the bottom of your screen, please select your preferred language and click mute original audio. This meeting is being recorded as part of the journals of the Standing Committee in line with the rules of procedure. Should honorable members or any of the participants wish to speak, you are kindly advised to raise your hand through the raising of hand icon at the bottom of the screen. Communicating with the chair. For any communication with the chairperson or moderator, kindly use the chat box at the bottom of your screen. For those participants on video, we request that you make sure that your camera is properly set as the meeting is being live streamed. Lastly, I wish to urge all participants to write their names in full. Those that are representing organizations should write the names of their organizations, and those attending in their individual capacity should indicate SADC citizen and the name of their country. For instance, if my name is Sharon Nyirongo, I will write Sharon Nyirongo, SADC citizen from Zambia. I will repeat that one. We are requesting all participants to write their names in full. Those that are representing organizations should write the names of their organizations, and those attending in their individual capacity should indicate SADC citizen and the name of their country. For instance, Sharon Nyirongo, SADC citizen from Zambia. At this juncture, I would like to hand over to our moderator, who is going to be in charge of the public hearing. And this is Mr. Andrew Maramwidze. Mr. Maramwidze, are you with us in the meeting?
Yes, Committee Secretary, I'm here.
Okay, thank you very much. At this point, I hand over to you, Mr. Maramwidze. You can take it up from there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Committee Secretary. As already said, my name is Andrew Maramwidze, and I will be your moderator for this esteemed meeting. Good morning to members of the committee and the SADC citizens that have joined us on this meeting. First, let me appreciate the citizens that have honored the invitation by SADC PF to make their submission today and to attend this session. At this moment, I would like to invite the chairperson of the standing committee to briefly introduce members of the Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee to the citizen, and also for the chair to invite the members, the committee members, to briefly introduce themselves.
Thank you very much, moderator. I would go ahead and ask all the members, members of parliament from our standing committee on food, agriculture and natural resources to formally introduce themselves by mentioning their name and their country that they come from. Honorable members, let's start with the Seychelles.
Thank you. My name is Rocky Ani. I'm from Seychelles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next honorable member. Anyone on the floor, please, you can just take up the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And good morning to you and the members, the committee at large. My name is Paulsen Majaha from Botswana.
Thank you, honorable member.
Can I proceed, Chair? Thank you.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Mohai from South Africa. Thanks.
Thank you very much, honorable. Next
Thank
honorable
you.
members.
I'm Mutinta Masoka from Zambia.
Thank you very much, honorable member.
Good. Honorable, am I audible?
Honorable member. I think we're experiencing some network challenges from your end, I believe.
Hello,
Honorable members.
hello.
Yeah, you're audible, honorable member. Please proceed.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Ramzan Muhadi from Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much, honorable. Next, honorable members.
Honorable members.
Yes, good morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
I'm Love Munyaso from Malawi.
Morning, honorable members.
Morning, honorables. I'm Pumelele Dlamini from the Kingdom of Swaziland.
Thank you very much, honorable member.
Morning, can I come in?
Yes, please.
Morning, Chair and honorable members and fellow citizens of SADC. I'm Philippus Vito Catamelo from Namibia.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Morning, honorables.
Next, honorable members.
Morning, honorable members. This is Joshua Nyirenda from Malawi.
Thank you very much. Moderator, are you there?
Yes,
Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we have a little bit mixed up because my role was to introduce the honorable members of parliament that are in the committee. And then you will have to take over to introduce the rest of the
Je peux me présenter?
Yes.
That is my understanding from the program, unless something has changed.
That's how it's supposed to be. It's unfortunate if citizens are already introducing themselves.
So should we just proceed, or should we still categorize it to strictly go by the members of parliament first, or should we just open?
Let me say maybe some.
Mr. Maramuize.
Yes.
I think we can continue with introductions for the honorable members of the committee, and then thereafter you pick it up for the other introductions.
Yes, that's what I was about to say. Let's have the honorable members first going through first, and then the other participants will introduce them thereafter. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you very much, Sharon, for your guidance. So, honorable members and dear participants, I think the first introductions are going to be by the honorable members of parliament from the SADC member states who are in the Committee of Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources. So do we have any member of parliament that hasn't introduced themselves yet? Please, you can take the floor.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Bonjour à tous.
Bonjour.
J'appelle depuis la République démocratique du Congo. C'est Gaël Lukusa.
Merci, honorable member.
Merci.
Any honorable member of parliament who is ready to take the floor for introduction? Please go ahead, you have the floor.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, Sharon.
I think all the members who are logged in have introduced themselves.
All right. Thank you very much, Sharon. And moderator, through you, my name is Ishmael Jumandaila Onani. I'm a member of parliament from Malawi, and I'm the chairperson for this standing committee on food, agriculture, and natural resources. Over to you, moderator.
Thank you, Chair, for the introduction from the members of the committee and yourself. Before we get introduction from the other participants, I would like to highlight the following to the committee, to say citizens are going to be making submissions to this committee, and their submissions are going to try or seek to address the following questions, which are: how can citizens be assisted to promote subsistence farming and biofarming, which is free from use of toxic fertilizers and pesticides? Question number 2, how do countries become self-sufficient in agricultural products that would also reduce import costs for consumers? Question number 3, What measures should be instilled to decrease the price of groceries for the end consumer? Question number 4 being, should citizens be encouraged to produce their own clean energy as independent power producers? So, honorable members of this committee, those are the questions that the submissions will try to answer. So at this juncture, I will now ask the other participants who are here in this meeting, that is citizens who are either representing certain organizations or they are here representing themselves, to introduce themselves at this moment. Thank you.
Good morning. Let me sure that everyone is hearing me.
Yes, we are.
I'm Lorena Mazif from Mozambique. I am program coordinator at the Institute for Multi-Party Democracy, IND, where I deal with gender, with the women political participation, and also youth and disabled people. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members and fellow citizens. My name is Jeffrey Rugare from Zimbabwe, representing and the CEO of Global Solar. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members and fellow citizens. My name is Thelma Msako. I'm a SADC citizen from Zambia. Thank you.
Good morning, fellow citizen. I am Jean-John Katongola from the Republic Democratic of Congo, and I am a member of the African Union Volunteer, and I'm just a volunteer, as I said, and I would like to be part of this great family, which is the SADC Parliament Forum. Thank you.
Morning, honorables.
Morning. I thought our IT department had a way of alerting each and every individual that is their turn. but at this moment, since we have a mix-up. But anyway, we will stop the introductions at this moment and possible proceed with the program until I figure out a way of making this work better for us. At this moment, as we continue with the program, before I call on our presenters of the day, I have a few other housekeepings that I should make before the submissions are made. Our presenters from our program have almost 12 to 15 minutes or 20 to make your submissions, and then there will be an opportunity given for clarity-seeking questions. Clarity-seeking questions. That is either from the members of the committee or the citizens. And at this moment, let me also indicate that after all the submissions have been made, members will then be given an opportunity to deliberate on the matters and make recommendations to the plenary assembly. So at this moment, we will move on to our presentations for this morning. On the program, we are having the first three. We've got PS Alliance or Action 8. I have not been given names of the one making the presentations at this moment. And also we've got second presenter will be Institute for Multi-Party Democracy. That is Lorena Mazive. And the third presentation will be coming from FAO, Southern Africa. So at this moment, may we kindly have the representative from PS Alliance or Action 8 to give us their submission. Yes, I.
Mr. Maramwize?
Yes.
Yes, we have just received an apology from the PSA Alliance, Action 8, that they are unable to make it this morning.
Yes.
So with this development, maybe you can proceed to maybe first of all find out who is in this meeting of those that are indicated on the program and proceed as such. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretary Committee. From this morning's presenters, do we have a representative from Institute for Multi-Party Democracy? Maybe you can show by raise of hand. And also if we have someone from FAO, Southern Africa. Any representative with us from the Institute for Multi-Party Democracy? FAO, Southern Africa. Before I move to the other presenters who were supposed to take to make their submissions in the afternoon session, which is SASO, Mineral Industry Association of Southern Africa, Mineral Industry Association of Southern Africa, and also an expert from SADC Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency.
Good morning, Honorable?
I'm not seeing any hands being raised or any notification from the chats to say we are here. Our presenters are here with us. IT, can you also help me identify them if they are here so that we can see who to floor to make their submission? Oh yes, I've got a queue now. We have got someone with us here. I've got a queue that we have someone with us here.
Good morning.
That is someone from the Institute of Multi-Party Democracy, Lorena Mazive. May you please, Lorena Mazive, may you please go ahead with the presentation.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you also for this invitation to make a part of this very important meeting. Good morning also for all citizens who are here representing their organizations. I will conduct my presentation in Portuguese instead of English. Oh, ok. Eu estou aqui em representação do Instituto para a Democracia Multipartidária e vamos falar um pouco sobre este tema que nos foi proposto aqui, respondendo também um pouco às questões que estavam contidas, portanto, no programa. Como Instituto para a Democracia Multipartidária, nós sentimos que há uma ligação muito forte entre o conjunto dos vários recursos naturais e que, sem sombra de dúvidas, precisam de ser considerados, não é? Na análise de toda esta temática, nomeadamente a questão da terra, da água e da energia, para podermos produzir efetivamente alimentos em África. E que nós pensamos igualmente que a segurança alimentar, portanto, nesse ADC, não é possível de nenhuma forma se não houver água, e água de qualidade, não tão somente água. Água de qualidade primeiro e água suficiente para poder abastecer a todos aqueles que efetivamente precisam. E da mesma forma, haver terra arável. A SDC, infelizmente, ou a África no geral, é muito abençoada por ter muita terra arável e muita água, embora não seja acessível a todas as pessoas, a todos os cidadãos. Por exemplo, só a República Democrática do Congo tem cerca de 120 milhões de hectares de terra arável, o que é muito bom quando falamos de produção alimentar. No caso concreto do meu país, Moçambique, nós somos conhecidos como tendo muito boas terras e aráveis, e a SADC também tem muita água, no caso muito particular, e que muito usamos para produzir muitos alimentos para os nossos cidadãos. Embora, por caso de Moçambique, ainda não tenhamos capacidade suficiente de fazer o que nós temos internamente, e que às vezes nem é suficiente para a própria alimentação interna. Por isso, às vezes, nos alicerçamos de países vizinhos para assegurar a nossa segurança alimentar. Nós julgamos igualmente que é necessário que haja uma abordagem holística, coesa e regional no contexto do uso dos recursos naturais. E isto, no final do dia, vai garantir uma segurança alimentar, pelo menos ao nível da região, e reduzir de alguma forma a dependência internacional que ainda nós temos. E que nós vemos, sentimos da nossa política interna, que a maior ameaça que nós temos para a vida dos nossos cidadãos são duas principais, que é a segurança alimentar e a questão das mudanças climáticas, que são, na verdade, os assuntos e que impactam grandemente na qualidade da terra, na qualidade da água, inclusive na biodiversidade, e que faz reduzir muito a capacidade da região de alimentar os seus cidadãos, de alimentar inclusive outros que poderiam se beneficiar dos recursos alimentares internos de África. Portanto, a proteção da água, a proteção do ambiente, da biodiversidade deve estar na agenda dos nossos governos, por forma a que tenhamos uma melhor qualidade de vida, a que tenhamos maior segurança segurança alimentar, maior crescimento econômico e também, da mesma forma e como consequência, uma criação ainda maior de empregos e concomitantemente a redução da pobreza que ainda existem grandes focos em África e redução também de bolsas de fome. Portanto, em tudo isto aqui que exponho, a questão das mudanças climáticas é foco principal, deve ser foco principal e é um elemento transversal a todas as temáticas relacionadas com alimento, com alimentação, com alimento, com agricultura, com ecossistema. E que nós compreendemos que a questão das mudanças climáticas está a aumentar muito o risco de desastres naturais. Num contexto em que, particularmente no caso de Moçambique, nos últimos 3 anos, Moçambique sofreu cerca de 3 grandes ciclones que destruíram sobremaneira a qualidade de vida, destruíram muito os campos aráveis de cultivo. Portanto, desperta-nos aqui como parlamentares, como cidadãos, como aqueles que advogam pela melhor qualidade de vida dos cidadãos, para que tenhamos um pouco mais de atenção em relação a estes fatores, num contexto em que cerca de 95% da agricultura da SADC é alimentada basicamente pela chuva, não é mecanizada, o que nos obriga a tomar ações renovadas no sentido de melhorar a forma e a qualidade de gestão da nossa agricultura em África, particularmente na SADC. Portanto, e aqui a questão da emissão de gases de estufa, com efeito de estufa, torna-se uma condição sine qua non para a segurança alimentar. Enquanto tivermos em alguns países de África emissões de gases de estufa que afetam negativamente a qualidade de alimentação, a qualidade de vida, alguns dos problemas que eu levantei cá ainda vão ser persistentes. Portanto, é preciso que continuemos a fortalecer não só o desenho de políticas públicas que sejam praticáveis e execuíveis, mas assegurar que a sua fiscalização em termos de implementação é presente e que naturalmente tenhamos recursos para implementar esses vários planos de ação que os governos têm feito, bem como as leis que são produzidas ao nível dos nossos parlamentos. A questão das mudanças climáticas envolve consigo não apenas as ameaças, mas também as possíveis fontes de oportunidade para os governos, para as organizações nacionais, inclusive para os cidadãos. E quando nós falamos de mudanças climáticas, falamos de agricultura, falamos de alimentação, tem um outro elemento que é essencial e que devemos ter sempre em conta, é a questão da energia e energia renovável, a partir da qual os cidadãos dos nossos países podem se beneficiar dos efeitos da energia sem precisar ter grandes esforços, por exemplo, adotando a questão da energia solar e da energia eólica, não só aquela que é tradicional que existe nos países. Felizmente, muito felizmente, a SADC é muito abençoada com muita energia solar e eólica. E é aqui onde nós devemos abraçar, criando formas de maximizar este benefício que nós temos para os vários cidadãos que até hoje, em 2022, ainda não têm energia nas suas residências. E a capacidade da SADC também de produzir energia para os seus países, para os seus cidadãos, porque no final do dia teremos uma grande qualidade de vida e estaremos a promover maior acesso à informação a partir dos recursos que a energia nos traz. Agora, no conjunto das informações que aqui partilhei e que, como faz parte do programa, houve um conjunto de questões que deveríamos também ter em conta durante a nossa intervenção e que trago aqui algumas, vamos lá dizer, não são respostas como tal, porque nem são acabadas, é mesmo simplesmente pontos para continuarmos a discutir com os outros atores que estão cá presentes. Não vou ler as perguntas, vou tão somente conduzir diretamente as respostas, respondendo, por exemplo, a primeira pergunta, dizendo que, ok, os cidadãos com algum destaque para as comunidades rurais, que onde tem menos acesso a serviços de qualidade, menos acesso à educação e à informação, devem ter, estes muito em particular, oportunidades de produzir primeiro e ter acesso à energia solar e eólica barata. E por que barata? Claramente porque a sua qualidade, porque a sua quantidade de recursos é extremamente reduzida, o que obriga a que tenhamos uma perspectiva de discriminação positiva em favor destes grupos. Agora, a transição energética, sem sombra de dúvidas, é uma oportunidade para as nossas comunidades, para as nossas sociedades, para os nossos cidadãos africanos alcançarem que devemos ter como foco, como target group, aquelas pessoas marginalizadas para acederem claramente uma energia de qualidade e produzir pessoas que consigam ter qualidade que hoje não têm. E nós, como pessoas que produzem influência ao nível das instituições de soberania, dos órgãos de soberania dos países, que temos acesso ao parlamento, e os parlamentares aqui presentes são pessoas, são atores essenciais para produzir essa mudança que os cidadãos, portanto, gostariam de ver realizadas nas suas comunidades, nas suas vidas. E as pessoas das aldeias que nós temos em cada um de nós, nos nossos países, não têm possibilidade, olhando um pouco mais para o domínio da agricultura, de investir com a necessária qualidade e capacidade na agricultura sustentável dos seus países e usando sistemas de irrigação. É por isso que, como disse um pouco mais acima, 95% das terras dos nossos países abastecem essencialmente e diretamente da chuva para poder alimentar os seus campos. O que obriga a que tenhamos uma nova forma de ver, se nós queremos ver efetivamente a nossa qualidade agrícola evoluída e garantindo assim que mais cidadãos dos nossos países tenham acesso à alimentação e alimentação de qualidade. Por isso é que os governos da SADC devem descentralizar, particularmente o acesso à energia. Isto vai permitir que haja um maior encorajamento dos cidadãos a produzirem a sua própria energia, a energia eólica, a energia solar, que acima fiz referência, e vai facilitar, sem sombra de dúvidas, uma produção agrícola de qualidade e que vai dar espaço para o processamento de alimentos. E este processamento de alimentos vai ser suficiente no futuro que se alimente não só a África, mas podermos ter capacidade como países de abastecer outros também. E no final do dia, termos África industrializada na produção de alimentos e alimentos de qualidade, dignos também de serem exportados para a Europa, para a África, para a Ásia, e sermos também parte dos países que são referência nestes aspectos, ajudando assim a contribuir para matar a fome, reduzir o índice de desemprego e eliminar definitivamente a pobreza de África. E mesmo para terminar, ressalvar que o acesso à energia é um direito fundamental. Pelo menos ao nível da Constituição de Moçambique, o acesso a direitos, acesso a serviços públicos faz parte dos principais direitos dos cidadãos. E como sendo um direito fundamental que é salvaguardado pela Constituição, todos nós, como sociedade, como países, devemos nos afincar cada vez mais para mudarmos a sociedade, para mudarmos a vida dos cidadãos e assegurar, de alguma forma, com que os Estados deixem de ser incapazes no fornecimento de melhor qualidade de vida aos cidadãos, porque no final do dia é este cidadão que é alvo da forma como nós, como países, governamos. E devemos dar espaço para que os cidadãos tenham capacidade de, por si só, produzir a sua própria energia, reduzindo assim a dependência dos outros serviços ou dos serviços de energia tradicional. E mesmo para terminar, gostava de agradecer pelo convite mais uma vez e devolver a palavra para a mesa. Muito obrigada. Devolvo a palavra para a mesa.
Thank you so much, Lorena Mazia. for your submission. At this moment, I would like to invite if there are any follow-up questions that we need answers from Lorena. Are there any follow-up questions? Follow-up questions from either the citizens, certain citizens, or members of the community? I'll see by raise of hand if there are any questions before we move on to the next presenter. Before I call upon the next presenter to make their submission. At this moment, I'm not seeing any hand. So if ever there are any questions that will come after, may you please put them on. Oh, yes, I see there's a hand from Namibia. There's a hand from Namibia. Please go ahead and make your submission. Mr. Thomas Rosa. Yes.
Hello. Hello. You guys hear me?
Yes, please go ahead, say. We seem to be having a connection problem. We seem to be having a connection problem. At this moment, I'll then call upon our next presenter. Our next presenter is Mr. Jeffrey Rugare from Global Solar Group.
Mr. Moderator, sir.
Yes, madam.
Yes, please. Maybe as we wait for the other presenters to get ready, you could maybe invite questions, maybe some discussions on the previous presentation that was made as we wait for the other presenters to get ready.
Okay, thank you so much. I see there is another hand here from Hearing Nelson Lesotho. May you please go ahead with your question or comment?
All right, thank you very much, Chair. And I think that was a very powerful presentation and very profound, very insightful. And thank you very much to the presenter. What I wanted to express is there are so many frameworks and plans, strategies at a regional level in regards to the issues in subject. But I think what lacks is domestication. I think what we should deliberate more on today is how do we domesticate already existing strategies, policies, and frameworks around issues of agriculture and food security in our region, because I think what is critical is domestication of these policies and strategies. And I think what the presentation really echoed is the already existing strategies and policies around food security in our region.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson, for your comment. I see another hand from Eric Banda. Please go ahead, Eric.
Good morning, everybody. Okay, once again, I'd rather to appreciate for the
brilliant presentation that has been conveyed and delivered to us, and it is quite brilliant. Of course, I just want to extend and have posed my question. Since this is like a platform where it involves members from across the SADC, of that we have people with various calibers and qualification who possesses with coming up with a solution that will help to elevate it to do with agriculture within Africa. Now, I just wanted to find out what strategies are put forward in regards to the education system that we have in Africa that would incorporate the grassroots knowledge that can be taken from the grassroots kind of education towards as we grow for the preparation on how best we can upstand is to do with the food security, because I still more find out that issues to do with agriculture, they are really into the high point of discussions, but if I see clearly, they only targets at the middle, either the apex or the structure that we have. We talk of parliamentarians talking issues about agriculture, policyholders, but if we look at the backbone of agriculture, it's more about preparing the mindset of the generation that is now growing towards that goal of, if we may have something to do with agriculture and food security, we should be based on that. So I just want to understand what frameworks and strategies are put forward to incorporate within the education system that we have in Africa, that in regards to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Banda. Mr. Kirang Nelson from Lesotho, was your hand up again? I thought I saw your hand up again. Mr. Nelson?
No, my hand is not up anymore.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
all right. Okay, thank you. I have Mr. Thomas Rusa from Namibia. Your hand is up again, say you can make your comment, contribution.
Good morning, honorables. And thank you for the platform. I'm not quite sure if you guys can hear me right now.
Yes, you are audible now.
Okay. Now, I just wanted to ask about the way we look at policies. Like, if we are to say in a democratic institution, so that are we not allowed to act like in an authoritarian manner? Because if I may to look at the other angle of this discussion, it's like the policies are already there, but we are reluctant to really act on that, because if we act on it, then it will seem as we are being like authoritarian, like autocratic, then it actually violates the existence of democracy, and that hinders and us from other international organizations, even in trade and so on. So they tell us, no, our products are not up to standard, because I fail to understand that. But within that framework, you understand that the white monopoly still perpetuates its demo, like its strongest products, like an African product, like for example, like here in Namibia and Angola, like people buy cigarettes from Angola, but they say it's illegal. But then these white cigarettes, they say it's allowed. But then all cigarettes are bad. Now, if you look at that now, because now we have to start acting in an autocratic sense so that our policies are achieved, so to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rusa. Gail Mukusa, I see your hand up, but before I allow you to come through, maybe I should just give this opportunity to Lorena Mazive to respond to some of the questions and comments that have been made before we go on to another set of comments and questions. Lorena, if you could please respond or make comments on the questions and suggestions that have been made.
Muito bom dia mais uma vez, muito obrigada. Bom, penso que obrigada primeiro pelas questões, pelos comentários que foram aqui partilhados. Na sua maioria foram mesmo comentários, contribuições, e que grande parte das contribuições concordam com a abordagem que o Instituto para a Democracia Multipartidária partilhou aqui. Então, penso que foram as mesmas, o mesmo rational, mas com palavras diferentes. Então, não vou me ater aos comentários, mas tão somente a uma questão que fez referência à questão da educação, não é? Bom, eu penso que não podemos falar, não temos como falar de educação, de agricultura, de recursos naturais, sem falar de políticas públicas. Todas estas dimensões da vida de governação dos nossos países são regidos por políticas públicas. É verdade, e eu vou concordar com quem disse que os países africanos têm muitas políticas públicas. Algumas são funcionais, outras não são funcionais. E não são funcionais ou por falta de recursos ou por outros motivos. Mas, sem políticas públicas execuíveis e com base de sustentação para a implementação, com capacidade efetiva do governo, dos vários braços do governo de implementar, podem não ter claramente efetivação. Mas precisamos, regra geral, de ter políticas públicas execuíveis, políticas públicas eficientes. Se nós tivermos políticas públicas eficientes, estas que são operacionalizadas a partir do governo, claramente que a questão da educação, a questão da agricultura, a questão da gestão racional e democrática dos recursos naturais estará assegurada. E qual seria então o papel do parlamento? Seria aprovar estas mesmas políticas públicas que servem ao interesse primeiro do cidadão. E qual é a relação entre esta abordagem que trago aqui, a questão que foi colocada com a educação? Claramente que a qualidade da educação que nossos países tiverem vão refletir na qualidade ou na forma do uso dos recursos naturais. Ok? Porque se o cidadão não estiver informado, não estiver pedagogicamente instruído, ele não vai compreender que a forma como ele usa os recursos humanos hoje, em 2022, vai impactar na sua vida, na vida dos seus filhos, na vida dos seus netos em 2023, em 2024. É por isso que, como países, como Estados, devemos assegurar que todos os cidadãos das nossas sociedades conseguem pensar que os recursos que nós temos hoje, os recursos naturais que nós estamos a usar hoje, são também para gerações vindouras, porque todos nós que precisamos de nos alimentar hoje, precisaremos de nos alimentar amanhã. Por um lado, esta dimensão que trago aqui é por um lado. Por outro lado, é investir na capacidade formativa, ter técnicos, ter conhecimento de pessoas experts na gestão da agricultura, na gestão dos recursos naturais, não é? Porque garantindo o conhecimento, nós estaremos a garantir que temos recursos por maior espaço de tempo possível, através também da maximização da educação às nossas sociedades, através do fortalecimento da qualidade do ensino que os nossos países têm. Muito obrigada. Espero ter respondido à altura aquilo que se pretendia. Obrigada. Devolvo a palavra para o painel.
Thank you for your comments. At this moment, let me give the floor to Gail Kukusa. Gail, floor is yours.
Ouais, merci beaucoup pour la parole accordée. J'y salue la pertinence de l'intervention de notre cher expert. Mais pour être assez bref, je pense que nous, en tant que jeunes de la SADC, nous avons un rôle à redistribuer. Et partant de la redistribution de ces rôles, ça doit nous interpeller à la responsabilité de prendre part à l'espace de toutes les décisions qui offrent à notre région des possibilités pour améliorer l'agriculture mais également les secteurs alimentaires. Néanmoins, j'avais une petite question, mais également une petite contribution. Je voudrais savoir, est-ce que si nous associons l'impact de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine dans le projet que nous passons à mettre en place, est-ce que cela ne va pas donner une opportunité? Si oui, on doit le faire. Qu'est-ce que nous pouvons mettre en place comme stratégie pour vulgariser les acquis de la ZLECAf? Parce que si nous avons des échanges entre pays, moi, je suis assez optimiste que nous pouvons nous servir des exemples émulateurs et nous allons faire un plein par rapport à la productivité. C'était ça ma petite question. Je vous remercie pour l'attention soutenue. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you for your question, and comments. At this moment, let me give the floor to Honorable Mohadi. I see your hand is up, Honorable Mohadi.
Thank you, moderator. I have a few comments, which were from other members. Already, as they alluded to, we found that we have a lot of public policies that are big. But these policies, they lack implementation and monitoring as well, and evaluation. They are just put, we do not follow them to see whether what has been suggested is being put into use. Like in Zimbabwe, we have issues to support our agriculture so that people should get, should sustain themselves, they should get food. So you find that there are issues like dams, whereby there are new dams being constructed, the old ones being rehabilitated, so that people can irrigate mostly. Because you find that because of this climate change, rain-fed crops can no more sustain us because the weather can change at any time. So there's need for us to engage into irrigation. Another point that I was looking at is on the inputs. We find that in our country, in Zimbabwe, there are the presidential inputs that are given to people so that they can spruce up their project, like the HEIFA scheme, which is aimed at supporting the youth in Zimbabwe. If they're given those HEIFAs, they have to produce so that in the future people people can sustain themselves, and after sustaining themselves with enough food, they remember the remainder that is left, they can sell it. Those are the few things that I thought I should also add. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you, Honorable, for your comments. I see a hand up from Princess Umelele Dlamini. Go ahead and make.
Mr. Maramweze,
Yes,
there's
Madam.
a hand from Honorable Lamin.
Yes, my
I'm
apologies.
already coming in. Hello.
You may go ahead, Honorable.
Please go ahead, Honorable.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, I would like to thank our presenters for their good presentations. In my case, it's not a question, but a comment also. I want to say regarding agricultural activities in our countries, or maybe I can say in Eswatini. In short, I can say we are troubled one way or the other by the fact that our youth are less interested in agricultural activities. Mainly, they are interested in white-collar jobs. Even those who go to colleges to study agriculture, you don't see them coming up with an agricultural project. Well, of course, I think they have to be assisted somehow. Those who are interested do not have funding, maybe to start their agricultural projects. Some of them do not have the land to use. So my suggestion is that maybe as parliamentarians, we can inquire from our government to please come up with projects which will offer land, funding, expertise, and markets to the youth so that they can realize maybe they can do this for a number of years. After that, then maybe they can get funding and do their own specific projects. But if they can start together as groups from maybe different regions, maybe something can happen. So far, there is a hindrance somewhere. So that's my simple contribution. I think our governments have to come up and help them. At least those who are interested, but most of them are not, of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your contribution, Honorable. I will also say there is Honorable from Zambia, Honorable Mutinta. I give the floor to you at this moment.
Thank you, Chair. Only I want to comment on domestication of the standards and the policies that we set ourselves. Now, yes, we have these standards and the policies that we have set for ourselves, but have failed to domesticate them in the fear that we may be seen as dictators. No, most of these policies are very good policies meant to improve our lot. For example, most of our products from Africa are rejected in the first world because they are perceived as being substandard. But we import so much from them with no questions asked. Just because they come from overseas, everything is good for us. But nothing much is good for them out there. So for me, I would rather have these policies and the standards that we have set ourselves domesticated so that we improve our lot, so that we grow our own food and we do not have to depend on food from elsewhere. Africa is very rich. Everybody knows that. Why are we so poor that we should depend on others? So for me, again, I would rather empower our women and youths. You know, my colleague from Zimbabwe, I think, said, oh no, from Eswatini, says, the young ones, don't like, to date themselves in the fields. But that's where the money is, except they don't know that. Agriculture is the future of Africa. If we leave it, to others, the so-called investors who come and exploit our soils, they will, destroy our agricultural industry and leave. Who suffers after that? It's us. Each country should be able at least to feed itself. Here in Zambia, government, has banned, the importation of foodstuffs that can be grown within Zambia. Because, we have seen the influx in the past of tomatoes, onions, and whatever else coming in. These are products that we can grow within Zambia. And if that can be encouraged for every country, then each country would be self-sufficient. We also have here in Zambia a program called FISIP, small scale input for fertilizers for small scale farmers, and it's helping a lot. It has its own disadvantages, of course, like everything else, but by and large, it's helping a lot of our farmers. My contribution to this one is, let us first start to look after ourselves. Then we can look outward. Not everything imported. No. Thank you. That is my contribution, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable, for your contribution. I'll, at this moment, call the last two hands that I'm seeing that are up. And then after those last two, we'll then call our presenter to give us the next presentation. So I'll start with Wisdom Chula. I see your hand is up. May you please make your contribution?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
you are audible. Yes, you are audible.
All right. I want to make two comments. The first comment is on our education system. Our education system, most of it is theoretically. For example, you cannot see a primary kid in Africa doing really irrigation, doing farming, like practically. We only learn theoretic studies. So it affects us when we grow up. A lot of us, we don't, a lot of youth in the SADC regions, they don't actually know how practically they can do it on the ground in the farming sector. So we have to ask our government or in the SADC region to consider this as our education system in the agriculture sector has to be practical, not theoretically. It has to be practical, so that we should practice, study from the early age, so that as we grow up, the agriculture thing should be in our system. We should know it inside and out. So the second comment is on the government. There are no clear maybe fundings for our brothers, sisters, the youth out there who are graduating in the agriculture sectors. We have a lot of youth which they have knowledge, they have the capacity, but they don't have clear funding. The government just put it on paper that we want youth to participate in the agriculture sector, we want youth to do this and that, but actually there's no tangible effort which is shown to support the youth in the agriculture sector. A lot of youth, they're just staying in homes, doing nothing, yet they can contribute something in the agriculture sector. So the SADC region, we have to at least put this into consideration. Our governments in the SADC regions, we have to start giving the youth chances so that they should contribute what they know, what they have on the ground, not just on paper they have graduated and it's done. No, we give chances to the foreign investors. They come and they do the same way which our youth can do. So to me, it's just that I feel like the government is not showing the passion to change the agriculture sector. So we need to start implementing what we say or what we write on the paper so that Africa should be a better Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your contribution, Mr. Chula. We move on to Mr. Eric Siwa Banda. The floor is yours, your contribution.
Thank you very much. I think I'm audible enough.
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. Earlier on, the moment I was contributing something to do with education, and I'm coming in I was trying to respond. I don't know if is it an honorable member from Zambia or I don't know, Zimbabwe. I think she came in with a point that could project that the youth, they're not much into agriculture, rather we move into the collar jobs. I may agree, but there are reasons. I think like one, there is a poor participation of the youth when it regards to the decision making. Normally, when most policies are being developed, youth are not consulted. They are not part and parcel of the decision making for them to decide and incorporate their ideas in regards to agriculture. As a result, it always backfires whenever it comes to implementation for them to venture into the agriculture aspect, just because they're not given the platform to decide where exactly they can blend the policy that could favor them and that could make it more sexy for them to venture in and see how best they can make it practical. And the other thing that also I wanted to contribute, coming to the same thing, when it comes to agriculture thing, if you look at the education that we have, it does not clearly provide an oversight onto that. The thing is, Africa has a very fertile land in most countries in Africa. I've got a very fertile land, we have got plenty of waters, but you find that even our education system does not clearly enforce to make it like agriculture as a it shouldn't be like a subject where somebody should choose to read on, but it should be like the way other subjects are composite in the way the curriculum they're supposed to be. You find, for example, in Malawi, you find that you cannot be given a secondary high school certificate without English appearing onto it. What's that? What if we put in something agriculture? Because we have agriculture things. We have things that really can support agriculture for us to move forward. But we are putting other subjects as a priority to the fact that it will just give us a better understanding of it. Yet the little thing that can develop Africa, that can feed Africa, that can change our mindset are put aside. So it's high time we try to come with a deliberate effort on how best we can blend the agriculture thing so that at least the youth should understand it from the grassroots. Even if we are talking something from the ECD, Area Development Schools, we move forward to the primary schools. If we are learning something through into hands-on, we are getting the knowledge from the grassroots. Children, they're learning agriculture from the basic. Obviously, when they grow up, they'll make it more viable in a way that it will benefit everyone. They will know how best they can blend it. So if you're talking about an innovation at the age of 25, where somebody has spent his or our life in learning something theoretical from something that they just know about the knowledge, it's always very hard for us to implement something. So I'm speaking at the aspect of the youth in Malawi that, okay, if we can have agriculture be blended, if we can have the curriculum focus much into agriculture, much make it practical, I believe it can
indirectly impact that the youth we may start, but even develop Africa. I think with that comes the corner, we can see a lot of change because we still have the generation coming beside us. We have kids which are just growing, but now they're learning something about grasshopper so far. So far they're learning about the cow. Yes, cows, they're okay, we know the past of the cows, but let us come in with something really that can develop us, something that can make us, the youth, to understand it from the grassroots aspect. So when we grow, we are able to make it full viable, and we can be able to innovate it in a way that it can develop Africa as a continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Panda, for your contribution. I'm also seeing there are comments, questions, and some observations which are going on our chat session. Please continue to utilize
Mr. Maramwize?
Yes.
Mr. Maramwize, are you there?
Yes, I can hear you. Committee
Moderator,
Secretary.
are you with us?
Yes, Committee Secretary, I can hear you.
It seems we have lost our moderator.
Committee Secretary.
Mr. Rugari, are you in the meeting from Global Solar?
Sure, I am in the meeting, and yeah, the other honorable member, the chairperson, was also trying to talk to you. Is online.
Okay, so are you ready to make the next presentation?
Sure. If
Okay, just give me a moment. Honorable members and distinguished participants, I think at this moment we'll allow Global Solar to make their presentation. I have seen that there are some hands. There are two hands up, Mr. Banda and Mr. Lavmo. Maybe after Global Solar's presentation, we can have the points of clarification. At this moment, I give the floor to Mr. Rugari to make his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm not sure how I want to share a presentation. Maybe you could assist Secretary. But I can start. Then once we can share my presentation, then we can. I can also share. But thank you so much. As I said when we did the introductions, I hope we.
Sorry, Mr. Rugari, are you able to share your presentation with maybe Mr. Kurasha?
Okay,
you
fine.
can send it to him so that I'm able to share it.
It's okay. Let me do that, but I can start as we do that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity and for having me. I'll be talking about the issues of citizens and clean energy, which let me just go through the question as it is written. Should citizens be encouraged to produce their own clean energy, that is wind or solar, as independent power producers, that is the IPPs? So maybe a brief background about myself. I am the founder and CEO of Global Solar, which is based in Zimbabwe, but we have got interest in other SADC countries like Zambia, Malawi, and we also hope South Africa and other SADC countries. I am part of the Africa Union and Europe strategic high-level group on sustainable energy, also a member of Africa EU Foundation. So as Global Solar, we are into the renewable energy space and energy efficiency. That is, we produce locally in Zimbabwe LED bulbs, which are for the mass market, and We also into installations of solar systems. We also participate into solar in agriculture, where we also do with farmers is the pump water using solar energy from dams or from boreholes for their cropping. So we also supply water pumping for drinking water, both in peri and also in rural communities. So maybe let me just give a bit of background on our question. 60% of SADC citizens, they have no access to clean and sustainable energy. Meaning to say, for every 6 people out of 10 that you find in Southern Africa, 6 do not have access to clean and sustainable energy. Yes, they might be using other forms of energy, but they may be not clean or sustainable or both. So that is our statistics, which is not good. Also, there is a gap between need and market. That is, we have got a massive need of energy or clean energy. That is about 60%, as I've said. But you may see that if you are to take a business model, that need is not translating into a ready market. Why? Mainly because part and majority of that 60%, they live in marginalized communities and they don't have a lot of purchasing power. So citizens of Africa should be part of the current clean energy revolution. If you check, everyone is talking going green. It might be in the Western world, Eastern world, or even here in Africa and in Southern Africa, everyone is talking about going green and also talking of climate change. What should we do? What should be done? I think the prescriptions are there and there are many. But if you check that Africa is only there as consumers, but not as producers or manufacturers. So we need to change this narrative that Africa should not just be consumers. From the previous discussions, people were talking of, the honorable member was talking of Africa relying on the imports, but our own products are not being accepted maybe in the other markets. So we need to change this narrative of Africa just being consumers, but we need to produce. Energy, as we all know, it is a catalyst to industrial revolution. If we check the Agenda 26, the AU Agenda 2063, where we are talking of industrialization, and we believe that energy is a major enabler or catalyst to this. And clean energy, as we look at it, it should play a part in the industrialization agenda, but we need also to take clean energy as a complete industry on its own, with its capabilities and capacities to employ even more than 50% of our people, according to statistics, by 2050. So it means we are having a potential big industry which should deal not only with our energy issues, but also with our unemployment issues, especially among the youth who contribute the biggest number on our demographics. So citizens should be participating at all the stages in the new energy value chain. Like, for example, we are consuming solar panels, we are consuming inverters, we are consuming lithium batteries, and most of these are being imported. And as citizens, we are not producing, meaning to say we are shipping our jobs. Each solar panel that we buy might be from China or from Europe, wherever, it's a job we are shipping to those countries. So we must also be able to start relooking at our model to say we must be consuming our own products, and at the same time, we must also be producing for the world. Because if we check the context of solar and wind, we've got a massive, almost every day in Africa or in Southern Africa, it's a sunny day. meaning to say we are able to harness enough power for our own consumption and also for some of the industry that uses, which we can power using clean energy. So part of my recommendations is the government should, our government in Southern Africa should take initiative and introduce clean energy, tax rebates, duties, suspend some duties, especially not on the finished products, because the company which I founded and which I'm working for, we are producing LED bulbs, and we are now the leading producer of LED bulb in Zimbabwe. So in almost every retail shop that you get in Zimbabwe, you find a bulb which is produced in Zimbabwe by Zimbabweans and for Zimbabwe. So we are also moving into the other regional markets. So we believe that there should be a deliberate policy or laws that should be able to protect or to encourage local entrepreneurs and local companies to be able to locally produce these projects. For example, in Zimbabwe, I've seen in 2017, our government banned inefficient lighting, which then helped companies like Global Solar also to enter into this space. So we can talk of legal arbitrage, where we have to also put policies that can encourage, they create substitution effect, and then we are able to start new companies. For example, now we are employing more than 25 workers in our production plant, and we have seen, and we've got out of the 25, more than 80% are women, and our products, they meet top quality, and we are able even to import them into those markets. My next point is, if we look at energy, we can also see that it is not only clean energy, is also disrupting the transport system or the transport industry, where now everyone is now talking about, let us have EVs, electrical vehicles. So we are saying our government should be able to empower citizens, that we, or to have policies that citizens are able to not only be drivers of EVs or electric vehicles or electric buses, but also to be part of the value chain in general, where we have locally manufactured electrical vehicles, sales and marketing, installation and management of recharge stations for electrical vehicles. As we know, these vehicles are more driven by lithium batteries. As we also, so we need to have our citizens participate in the production of the solutions, not only be consumers, because consumption, it means money is moving one side. We are just moving money from our pockets, and we are not having any money back into our pockets. So we need to be able to produce. We have got a market of, we have a big market. If we are to look at SADC as one market, it's a massive market which should be able to handle such issues. Let's look also into the issues of rural communities. If you check, majority of gaps and spaces that we have in terms of energy access and in our energy transition, we need also to make sure that we bring on board communities and rural communities, marginalized communities, so that they can also be able to be to have clean energy as they work and as they live. So we need to look at deployment of decentralized power stations, for example, mini grids, through what I can term community power. Communities must be able to be grouped together. They can run their own generators of power, mini grids, solar mini grids. But for this to be able to happen, if you check in most of our rural communities, titles, for example, in Zimbabwe, land has no title. So it's very difficult for that land or for those mini grids to be able to attract investments. So we need to work on the issues of bankability of the land, because remember, these gadgets, they have to be on the land. For example, you need land to be able to put solar panels. But if the land does not have title, it is very difficult for banks or other investors to be able to be part of that drive. So we also encourage our governments to find a system where land can be given title, even those in marginalized communities. For example, let's look at the cross-cutting issues with power, with clean energy. Now we are talking on Zoom. For example, a member of parliament in a marginalized community would want also to participate while it's with the members in their communities, but they will not be able to do so. One, if they do not have any internet access, which needs power for it to be connected. When they do not have a computer or a phone, which needs power to be able to be powered, to be powered. So we need also to make sure that we involve as much as possible communities in the marginalized communities. We need to power the rural clinics. We need to power the schools. But for that to be able to happen fully, there's need for skills development. Because you don't need, for example, in our context in Harare, or it might be in South Africa, where you need everyone to maybe move from Johannesburg to the rural communities in Limpopo to go and install solar panels. Let us have local skills. So we need to have skills development, even at community level, where youth and women, if you check most of our communities in the rural areas, they're either women-headed or youth, young or child-headed. So we need these youth to be given skills and competencies so that they're able to do their own projects, both technical skills in clean energy deployment and business management, so that there is a business case to whatever is happening, and money will be able to change hands within our communities. So we want to encourage our governments to change even the educational curriculum so that it is tailored to support these new skills and these new skills requirements and these new skills competencies that are required for the deployment of renewable energy. For example, there's one thing that I believe is very critical, especially as we talk of clean energy. There is a very important aspect of clean cooking. We are having a lot of deaths that are caused by fossil fuels, which, like, for example, paraffin or kerosene used. Many deaths, houses being burnt. So we need to invest a lot in clean cooking. But I've seen that most of the products that are being introduced within this space, they do not show that there was co-creation. The user was not involved. All stoves that I'm seeing at the moment that are being made for the rural communities, they still require a woman to kneel. Why should we continue to produce goods that makes a woman kneel? In our context, we say they kneel for the men, they kneel for the pot. So we need also to encourage through legislation that when we produce some of these products, let's do co-creation, involve the user. They tell us what they want, and the entrepreneurs are able to do, or we work with them, we create employment so that they are part of it, which is very critical, especially in the context of clean cooking. Women also want to cook, even men also want to cook while they are standing like their counterparts in urban areas, not posts that are always on the kneeling position. So we also need to do a lot, because when we talk of clean energy, especially when we are dealing with solar, we know solar has got limited hours, that is during the daytime. So we need to involve a lot of storage in our technical composition of a solar or of a solar generator, energy storage. And at the moment, lithium is the major source of reliability in terms of energy storage. And we've got vast of lithium deposits in Southern Africa. And we would want also governments to take deliberate policies to also involve citizens as miners of lithium and also as in terms of beneficiation. That is, from mining until we produce a lithium battery. We are saying, let our batteries be produced in Africa with our own lithium, not only for our own consumption, because our consumption, because of purchasing power, may not be may not be much. But what we would need is to also produce for the world. So how do we achieve that? We need to also have regulation, and also have regulations which are there to safeguard the product and also the safety of the product, so that we are able to be competitive also in other markets. We also produce for ourselves and we produce for export, which can also create even more employment, and we can also earn foreign currency, which is very critical in expanding our businesses and also in improving the welfare of our citizens. So that is another aspect. Let's produce batteries. All the lithium batteries that are coming now, they are all produced maybe in China or in any other markets, but with the lithium which is coming from Zimbabwe or which is coming from any other Southern Africa. We need to change that narrative and start doing local production. Governments should also create quota systems to purchase energy products from local producers. Once we have got regulation which protects and which says the product meets certain standards that we set for ourselves, it means government should be able to participate. In most economies, government is one of the major spender in any economy for their own projects, for rural community projects. We must be able to also engage local producers, citizen producers, so that they also earn money, create local employment, and also change the welfare of our people at community level. So it is very important for our governments not to shun or to shy away from our locally produced products. And in terms of we have the SADC power pool, which is very important, which enables us as Southern Africa to share power where there is a deficit. We will be able to receive where there is a surplus. For example, at the moment, I know Zambia has got a lot of surplus in terms of their power, and through the SADC power pool, they are able to sell to other nations, South Africa, Zimbabwe, or Mozambique. They can also do that. But we are saying, why can we also allow these small IPPs, local producers, to also feed into the SADC power pool and sell and also earn, not just living for the big government generators, like, for example, Kariba or Wange, but let us also make sure that we identify small mini hydro turbines, which can also feed there, or small mini grids, community power, also feed into the Southern power pool, and our people are able to get that. In Zimbabwe, we thank our government, they've introduced net metering, where any excess that you sell, you can feed into the grid and you earn some credits. But I think we need to go above net metering, where you just get credits. And also we say, let's also pay through a feed-in tariff. People do not need power only. There are other needs. So if they are also able to be paid in cash, it helps for them to also maybe pay school fees for children, buy food, healthcare, and all those issues. So we believe that our government should be able to take also these things on board. Governments should put more resources in research and development of clean energy products and services through capacitating local research centers and universities. It is very important. You cannot produce anything without research and development. So we need tailored research and funding in our universities, in our research centers, in our schools, so that we can also start having new products, new innovations, new inventions coming in this space, not just waiting for other markets to start producing, then we just leapfrog. Yes, there's nothing wrong in leapfrogging, but there's a lot of gain and there's a lot of leverage when you produce on your own and when you are the first to bring a product on the market. So we also want to encourage our governments and also the SADC Parliament to push our governments to put more money in research and of clean products and services. We also need to bring banks on board. I've seen when we started business, we wanted a loan for us to be able to start, but the banks could not give us the loan. Why? Because they were saying they cannot do a due diligence on a sustainable or on a clean energy or on a renewable energy project. So it made it very difficult for us to start the business. So we need also to bring banks on board, skills development among them, so that they understand how energy transition and how energy access can also be improved through small players, through SMEs, so that they can fund, because I believe for it to make sense, the business model has to move from loans, has to move from grants or donors to investments. We also need to put tough laws of vandalism and theft on solar products. As we know, solar is movable, and we are having a lot of these solar systems or solar batteries or solar panels and inverters being stolen from houses or from offices. So we need also SADC consider to putting very, very tough laws on vandalism or on theft of these products, so that we discourage people. Some people, so that people are discouraged from stealing these important generators of power in our houses. So from my experience, I've worked with a number of communities. I think around Zimbabwe, we've installed more than hundreds and hundreds of irrigations powered by solar, which is very important. So we don't need to only talk of clean energy at production level, but we also have to talk of clean energy as a nexus to water and food security. And so what we are saying is, from the projects that I did, we're dealing with women and youth, where they gather in 30s, they drill a bore, start their own horticulture projects where they can produce maybe tomatoes, vegetables for their own consumption, and for any excess, they can sell to the markets. So we need to create those markets, and we also need to also make sure that we can congregate these youth and women. They start these projects with power using solar. We harness water from the dams, we harness water from the bores, and they are able to start their own lives. Whatever excess they sell, they have some disposable income for their health care, also for their for sending their children to school, and also that will enable them to also buy their own solar systems, which they can also help, and the children are able to do their school homeworks using also internet. So there is a lot of cross-cutting issues. Like I said, in the health in Zambia, we did some projects where we powered some health centers in the Lusaka region, which is helping a lot, meaning to say, if there is an emergency before there's a power cut, it means even if a woman is giving birth, there's no power, it will make it impossible for the health professionals to help. So now with this deployment of these with these solar systems or these new power generators, it helps in managing our social services and so our social welfare. So maybe I wanted to show, maybe Mr. Kurasha will help, some of the pictures of the works that we are doing in Zimbabwe. But at the moment, let me return to you, Secretary, or to the Chairperson for any reaction and discussion.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rugare, for your presentation. Before we call upon any questions, let me at this moment call upon the next presenter, because they are presenting almost the same topic, renewable energy. Our next presenter is Eugene Mashikeni, an expert from SADC Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. Eugene Mashikeni, the floor is yours. our next presenter, Eugene Mashken.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, parliamentarians, honorable parliamentarians, and all other citizens and participants. My name is Eugenia Mashikeni from the Renewable Energy, from the SADC Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, based in Windhoek. I am not sure whether after Mr. Rugare's presentation, I'll have much to say, but I think I'll just reiterate some of the points that he has already talked to, and what we are doing as the SACRI, SADC Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, in short, what we are trying to do to address some of the issues that have been raised. I will switch off my video, but I will share with you my presentation as I go along. Is it visible? Sorry, can you see my presentation?
Not yet, but probably it's coming.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll go straight into my presentation. I'll cover a few slides, then maybe I'll skip some of them, but I will be able to discuss some of the issues. My presentation will basically cover who we are as SACRI and what our role is within SADC. I will talk about the energy landscape and the current status in the region. I'll talk about power supply models, looking at independent power producers and what we call prosumers. Then by way of benefits. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay. We'll touch on some of the examples, I think, on the benefits of being independent producers or prosumers. Then in conclusion, I'll speak about some of the recommendations that maybe we would like our parliamentarians to consider. As SACRI, we are a SADC institution and we belong to the SADC energy institutions.
Mr. Mavikeni, are you with us?
You cannot hear Sharon?
No, I'm not getting any sound. He's already speaking?
Yes, he's already presenting. In fact, it will be interesting to actually confirm with participants if they are able to hear.
Oh, okay.
Please select English on your interpretation options. Did you select English?
Yes.
ICT, could you assist us?
And also with the slides, please. I think they.
Are we in slide mode?
Sharon, are you able to hear Eugenia?
I'm able to hear now. I'm able to hear.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. You may.
Thank you very much. So as SACRI, we were formulated, we established in 2015 by the SADC energy ministers with our mandate to increase access to modern energy services, to improve energy security across the SADC region. And we do this by way of promoting market-based adoption of renewable energy and energy efficient technologies and energy services. As I said, we're a subsidiary organization of SADC along with SAP, RERA, SAP and RERA, and more recently KGRTC, Kafue Goj Regional Training Center. And we were established through an intergovernmental memorandum of agreement. To date, we have 10 member states that have signed up the IGMOA, We have Angola, Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Malawi, Mauritius, Mozambique, Namibia, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. And the other member states are still to sign. We do have a business plan that we follow. It's a 5-year business plan starting from 2019 to 2019 to 2023. And this was approved by the SACRI Steering Committee, which is more or less like our board of directors. And we also have a set of institutional and constitutional rules that govern our operations. We support SADC secretariats in monitoring and implementation of the regional renewable energy and energy efficiency strategy and action plan. We call it RESA. And when we were established, our main members at establishment were SADC, Austrian Development Aid, UNIDO, then GENSEC is a global network of regional sustainable energy centers. And we leverage on these partnerships and more other partnerships and collaboration. Just to touch on what the RESA really entails, it has 5 key strategic objectives, which mainly focus on security of supply. We want to increase access to modern energy services, particularly to the poor and more marginalized communities, as someone has already indicated. We also want to offset the risk associated with energy imports. We all, I think, agree what the current energy geopolitics the challenges that they are presenting. Then we also want to assist with mobilizing financial resources for investment for both renewable energy and energy efficiency projects and manufacturing of renewable energy and energy efficient equipment within the region. I think Mr. Rugarev touched extensively on that. Then the last one is to achieve low carbon development paths and climate resilient energy systems. So, as I said, our role is really to assist SADC to implement and monitor this, along with the overall agenda of economic development, industrialization, and poverty alleviation. Our key focus areas within SACRI are policy, capacity building, knowledge management, financing. We do help member states, 16 member states, 12 mainland countries, and 4 oceanic states. The oceanic states, we all know them: Madagascar, Mauritius, Comoros, and Seychelles. We do develop energy data knowledge platforms. We do have a platform. We are currently working on this to try and revamp it so that it becomes a central repository for all stakeholders, be it investors, policymakers, academia, this is a source of information. We focus on energy efficiency, energy access, including clean cooking that has been alluded to as well. We also focus on the nexus, water, energy, and food nexus. We call it the WEF nexus. Then small hydropower development, resource assessment, and grid integration. Gender is really a key issue within the energy sector, so it's one of our focus areas as well. We focus on enterprise support and early stage project development. Let me say at this stage that we appreciate the magnitude of the challenges presented by financing. What we do as SACRI, we try and promote policy development and try and bring together financiers and project developers and other users, other people who require financing. However, we do not provide financing at SACRI. I'll talk about the energy market situation and the context within Southern Africa. Southern Africa consists of 16 member states, as I indicated, 12 mainland countries, indicated in the map to your right. Then we have 4 oceanic states. The current situation is that within the mainland, we have more than 300 million people. Average generation capacity that we have is 56 gigawatts. Then at peak, our peak demand, that is, usually in the morning between 6 and about 9, and 5 and 9 at night, our electricity needs are more than what we can actually produce. Therefore, we do have a deficit. Our annual consumption is 400 terawatt hours, and we do have a deficit of 1.8 gigawatts in the region, the 12 mainland countries. Then for the oceanic states, their total installed capacity in terms of their energy supply is 1,246 megawatts. And I'll talk about projects that we are trying to focus on in the region. But for oceanic states, we don't have any committed projects between 2022 and 2023. For oceanic states, that is our island states, characteristically they are isolated, and it makes it difficult to integrate and connect them. And if at all connection is feasible, it will be very expensive and through long distance submarine transmission technologies, and the cost of undertaking such projects is very high. Then they are very susceptible to climatic conditions, and they mostly use diesel generators, and they don't have any other sources to fill in their deficits. This slide is just to give you an overview of the dynamics within the region from an energy perspective and a population dynamics. What I would like to say here is that our energy access rates are generally very low. Our economies are dual. We have rural and urban populations, and access rates vary. On average, within the region, our access rate is still at around 59%. Urban average access, we are looking at about 78%. Then for rural, it's as low as 39%. So it's really a challenge that we have in the region. We want to look at what the new generation mix or the generation mix for the future is going to be looking like, and what we project it to be. We are projecting that the use of renewable energy is progressively going to change because we do have the resources in abundance. So currently, coal takes up 36%, and this has been quite a major shift from previous years, where you had some countries producing the energy from as high as 80% from coal. We know what all the hazards and issues with coal are, but the energy mix in the region is changing, and we see our renewable energy contribution are increasing. What are the main drivers of renewable energy uptake in the region? Mainly is the resource availability. I'll talk to that in my next slide. Then policy drivers. We do have national development plans, which put focus on energy, which put energy at the center stage of development. Most countries have 5-year development plans, and energy is a cost-cutting sector or resource that we can't do without. Then the policies that we have in SADC, I mentioned RISAP and strategies. Then within our national development plans, I think there's lots of focus on increasing access, increasing security of supply and self-sufficiency. we all advocating for energy independence. Then climate change at global stage, international commitments that we have made in our respective countries. We find that they are driving renewable energy. And each country has put in place these nationally determined targets and with different mixes of renewable energy. Globally, the technology costs for renewable energy have been declining, and that has created an opportunity for us as a SADC region to also be a key player. Then research and development, which has been talked about, there's quite a lot of research and development that is happening within the sector at global level, which has resulted in not really new technologies, economies of scale being achieved, as well as driving down costs. Looking at our renewable energy potential and the resources that we have, we do have infinite solar and wind resources in the region. From the map, those maps that you can see, one is for solar and the other one is for wind. Solar shines throughout for most of the day, and we do have one of the highest irradiation levels globally. So wind is also a good resource that we have, but it's mostly restricted and confined to the coastal areas. So there have been a number of studies, modeling and planning exercises that have been undertaken. And overall, they point to the fact that by 2040, we will be drawing quite a lot of our energy resources from solar and wind. And one of the studies that we did with the Development Bank of Southern Africa, the DFRC based in Botswana, which represents a collective of DFIs, and Pretoria University. One of our findings was that 53% of our energy needs can be met from renewable energy by 2040. However, we do have barriers that we are experiencing, which are impeding progress of uptake of renewable energy. Maybe not necessarily in the priority of not necessarily in any priority order, but mostly we are looking at ability to pay for energy. If someone is coming in as an investor, they are looking at a bankable PPA with utilities currently who are the primary off-takers of the power that is produced. But we find that these utilities, they have weak balance sheets and they cannot actually afford to pay a sustainable tariff that gives sufficient return on investment. Then our policies and regulatory environment and frameworks. All countries in the region have now put in place renewable energy and energy efficiency policies and frameworks. However, these are evolving and there's still some gaps that need to be closed. We also have institutional gaps, be it at the ministries of energy that are involved in the planning at policy level, in utilities, at academia level, and generally, across the value chain, there's a lack of skills. Financing is a major constraint, lack of access to capital, high interest rates, and huge upfront costs for any investments, in renewable energy. As Mr. Rogare has alluded to, mostly when you approach a bank, you need to have a bankable project proposal that the bank can look at, and all risks need to have been mitigated sufficiently for a bank to come in. So they also require collateral in most cases. Some companies, especially if they are small enterprises, they do not have such collateral. So it really presents a challenge. Then there are technical constraints in terms of technical skills that also need to be worked on. General lack of awareness about the technology was indicated. Well, there's been some improvement and we feel there's still more room for improvement. The other reason why banks were averse to providing debt or financing to projects because they didn't know much about this technology. You know what renewable energy technologies entail, and there wasn't much access. Then the other issue is, by nature, our population densities are quite sparse, which makes access to energy a bit difficult. However, it does present opportunity for renewable energy. Renewable energy targets, I think that I've also spoken to, and this slide just shows you the energy mix contribution of the respective energy resources by 2040. We are saying that by 2030, within SADC, 39% of our energy needs will be from on-grid electricity. On-grid electricity is the electricity or energy that we get through our transmission lines or transmission grid infrastructure. Then 7.5% of it will be off-grid. And this is really based on studies, generation planning, as well as project pipelines that have been produced. I want to look at power generation or energy supply models that really help us to improve security of supply. We mainly have three models that we look at. We look at grid-connected utility scale projects. We have distributed generation, which comprise grid-connected as well as what we call captive energy. Then we do have off-grid solutions or mini-grids, where we look at communities, villages, and other isolated locations. In terms of ownership for grid-connected utility scale, we do have independent power producers. We have public-private partnership-based models. We have utility-owned models. Utility-owned generation is where you have your traditional power utilities, your ESCOMs, your CESA, your CESCOs, and depends on the country that you are in. It's traditionally vertically integrated, responsible for power generation, power transmission, and power distribution. However, you'll see that this model is evolving and things are changing with quite a lot of deregulation that is happening within that sector. Then for sales within the grid-connected utility space, we are looking at feed-in tariffs. We look at competitive bidding and corporate PPAs. Then your distributed generation is where you don't necessarily deal with the main transmission line, but at its distribution level. So you find that we have models evolving here where you have your mines, your municipalities are participating in this. It's mostly self-owned or third-party owned, and to some extent, the utility also gets involved. Then in terms of how they sell the electricity, it's mostly for self-consumption. Then if there's excess, it's also sold to other parties. Then for your off-grid solutions and mini-grids, they are mostly private-owned communities, local bodies, municipalities. Those are the key owners, the main ownership models that we look at. It's private ownership mostly, but you find that a lot of investment goes into this. That one is just a schematic diagram of some of the evolving models that we are looking at. To your left there, you are seeing the decentralized energy producers. At the bottom there, those are your sources of energy. We have wind, we have solar, hydro, bioenergy, and the power systems. Mostly use your battery storages. They're all feeding into our traditional model, which is your transmission, then distribution and substations. Then they go to the different consumers, industrial, domestic, mining, and the like. Then there you also see an evolving schematic diagram of generation from renewable energy, and so is the other one at the bottom. To your right, I hope it's also your right, we do have consumers who are consuming from the traditional model, energy supply model, where your power
sorry, Junior. We are unable to see the presentation. If you are able to share it, probably I could assist in sharing from our end. So when you reference it, members are unable to follow.
Oh, is that so?
Apologies about that. Yes.
Okay. So do you want me to pause and send the presentation, or?
I think that would help to the extent that you are referencing it. You must be quick to do that. I'll send you my email immediately if you don't have it.
Yes, sure, please do.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Please confirm receipt.
I'm checking. I haven't received it. Okay. I've shared with you an alternative email. Just forward, and maybe you can proceed with the presentation. As soon as I receive it, I'll proceed to share.
Okay, then, sorry about that. That last schematic or that last picture is really showing you who the consumers are. We do have consumers who consume from the traditional energy supply model, from your transmission, from your generation, transmission, distribution network, get distribution from to the get distribution perspective, customers and consumers. Then on the other side, we do have what we call prosumers. Prosumers are people who generate electricity, then consume it and sell excess to the grid. As was indicated and alluded to the fact that through net metering, you can actually sell to the grid. And I think there are issues that need to be considered there, be it at policy level, be it the financial side of it, the commercial side. Is it giving you the right tariff for you to sell? So energy supply is generally deregulating, where we see increased role by independent power producers as well as prosumers. And we see this going into the future, and where the traditional supply, vertically integrated supply systems won't be the only option as monopolies, but other players will also come into play. However, the issue of barriers needs to be addressed. Prosumers, you mostly find that people put up solar panels on their rooftops, level, as well as on building at commercial. Then through net metering, they can be able to sell the power utility. Mr. Krusher, has it come through?
Madam Masi, can you try
Strangely, it
to
hasn't.
share as well?
Has it come through?
No, it hasn't. You can also try to share. I think they authorized for you to share.
Yes.
Sorry.
Can you try to share from your end?
Is it not on share?
Not at all.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it's showing. Maybe you can just put it on slideshow, but otherwise it's showing now.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Is it okay now?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Sorry about that. So in my next slide, I think I would want to give some examples which really speak to the benefits of producing your own power. And I want to focus on some of the projects that we are undertaking. It's SACRI, along with SADC, as well as other organizations within SADC. We do have a project that we call Water Energy Food Nexus, which has been financed by SADC through the AU. We are collaborating with CADESA, as well as Global Water Partnership. It's really a project that brings together the three components, and it allows for food security, water security, as well as energy security at community level. This project we are implementing in 5 countries: Botswana, Malawi, Namibia, Zambia, and Malawi. And those pictures show you what is happening. There are solar panels, there's water supply. Then they actually are able to do some agricultural activity. Some of the benefits that we are seeing in the activities that are being undertaken, we have domestic water supply, animal watering troughs, then what we call the productive use of renewable energy, which include, for instance, in Malawi, there's fish processing. We also have battery phone charging. We have barber shop. We have solar home systems. So it really shows you that, you know, it stimulates that economic activity at a community level, and people's livelihoods are improved, and they are also able to earn some income for the households. Then we are saying that maybe before I go there, I also want to talk of another 2 other projects that we are undertaking. We do have what we call Solar for Health. It's also off-grid solutions for health facilities that are not connected to the grid, mostly through solar, and some of them have been relying mostly on diesel generators, which break down once in a while, and also the cost of diesel has significantly gone up, making it very prohibitive for health services to provide services to their communities. We also have another project that is funded through IRENA as well as the EU through GIZ. We call this one the SADC Enterprise Support Facility project, which tries to bridge the gap between small-scale enterprises and financial institutions. We provide a capacity building, which also includes helping enterprises to prepare bankable business plans and bankable projects, which they can then take to banks for financing. We are saying that for citizens to be able to generate their own energy and meet their needs, we do need to address some of the barriers that we are experiencing, mostly at policy level, to improve the environment in order to make it more friendly and attract private sector investment, as well as citizens to participate. We also saying that the transmission and distribution network needs to be strengthened and also improved. Therefore, more investment into this infrastructure is required. We need cost-reflective tariffs, which yield sustainable return on investment. There was talk of, I think, selling manufacturing products into the region. We are talking of harmonizing codes and standards so that a product, if it's made in Zimbabwe, it should be sold in the entire SADC region, and we have the same codes and standards that are applicable. That way, it also helps us to eliminate the dumping of cheap substandard products onto our markets. We also advocating for standardized and streamlined procurement processes for renewable energy projects. You find that the process tends to be lengthy and very costly, and it requires a lot of skill and financial resources to undertake. And linked to that, the power purchase agreements, that is the tariff or the price that you get for the energy that you generate, should be sustainable and viable for you to undertake the projects. Then capacity building is really an important aspect where we have to continuously improve skills, provide training, starting really at secondary school or high school level, where you introduce STEM subjects for the youth. Then we are saying prosumers and IPPs, they are key players within the future energy mix. for energy systems, and we cannot afford to ignore them and ignore their needs. And it is important that we address the barriers that they are experiencing. So I think in a nutshell, I would say our answer, or my answer, or my view, is that yes, citizens should be encouraged to produce their own clean energy from wind and solar, from biomass as well, however, without depleting our forests, and produce as IPPs and prosumers. And this will enable us to use our own sustainable, clean and finite natural resources that we have, especially solar and wind. We'll be able to accelerate the deployment and increase energy access rates in our region, so that our rates are really low. So we will be able to, through renewable energy, to increase access rates and ensure security of supply, and not only security of supply, but also reliable supply and stable at the same time. And for this to happen, it will be important for legislators to play an active role in energy policy formulation and development. And it is also beneficial for legislators and you honorable members to appreciate what is happening within the energy sector and the dynamics within the sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sakri, for your presentation. My apologies, earlier on, I introduced you as Eugene instead of Eugenia Mashigeni. Thank you so much for your presentation. Before we go to clarity-seeking questions, I have a proposal to put through to our chairman, seeing that all the presenters have made their presentation and we are already supposed to be having our lunch break. Mr. Chair, is it possible that we can either take a short break or we continue with the program all the way up to the end? Mr. Chair.
Honorable Chair, if the Honorable Chair has not responded, may I?
I'm here. I'm here. Unfortunately, it's just network glitches my end.
Okay. Honorable Chair, may I propose for your consideration that maybe we can proceed to consider the matters, and then we can adjourn when we are done, for the benefit of all in attendance?
That's very fine.
Sure.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair. But the Chair has ruled moderator. Let's proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Kurasha. I think we are having technical glitches also on this side. I'm having breaks. Anyway, at this moment, let me call if there are any clarity-seeking question. I see there is already a hand up from Philippus Catamelo. May you go ahead with your contribution?
Afternoon, fellow participants and honorable members. Am I audible now?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. We can hear you.
Okay. Yes, I know it's a new technology. Maybe first a comment. Maybe I know the circumstances under which these virtual undertakings are taking place, but I think maybe in that pursuit, effectiveness and efficiency somehow. But be it as it may, I think I must thank the presenter, very insightful presentation. Somewhere I think I got a glitch there where there is a deficit. I think you mentioned that the solar generated maximum capacity in terms of the SADC. Now, I don't know whether that deficit is per SADC, and it can also be drilled down to the different countries that will be in short of the deficit. If she can just maybe, for my benefit, provide some clarity there. As I said, I remember, but somewhere there I got a glitch. And I think that time the slideshow was not on, but if she could just maybe, for my benefit, elaborate more. I'm sorry if she has done that, but as I said, this is due to some things that I've just missed. I thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any hand up, any other clarity seeking question before I hand over to Zachary to respond. While we wait for another question, let me hand over to Zachary to respond.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the deficit, you see it as a number, but the real deficit is what you see and experience as load shedding in your respective countries and in your own homes, and the inconvenience that comes through. Yes, it will be possible to give a number, a breakdown of what each country contributes in terms of the regional deficits. It's something that I will have to pick up and maybe share at a later stage.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question?
Okay, reading lesson.
Any other question? While we wait for other questions, the ICT department has shared a survey form on our chat. Mr. Your mic. Mr. Tatamelo, may you mute your mic?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. I was still saying the ICT department has shared with us some survey forms on the chat section. They are in all 3 official languages. May you please kindly assist them by going through that survey. Kindly assist them by going through that survey. In the absence of any questions, I will now invite our honorable members of the community, of this committee, to make deliberations on the submissions that have been made. I will go through the honorable chair to open up the deliberations for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. Sharon, please guide us. We need guidance on this.
Thank you, Chair. This is a point at which honorable members can maybe ask points of clarifications, or if they have any comments regarding the presentations that have been made, both from Global Solar and SACRI. So if there are any members who wish to make a comment, or they have a burning question from the 2 presentations, you may go ahead now.
Thank you very much. Honorable members of the committee, if you have got any burning questions in regards to the 2 presentations, please you can raise your hand so that we accord you the floor. But I've only got one question to the presenter on clean energy.
Please go ahead. Yeah.
The point of clean energy cannot be overemphasized. My only question is, why do we talk so much of clean energy when we haven't even utilized the dirty energy? Why are we talking of going to clean energy when we haven't even made use of the dirty energy? That's my question.
Thank you for your question. May I hand over to Sakri? I see your hand is up so that you can respond to the Honorable Chair. Ms. Mashikeni?
Sorry, I was muted. I was saying when my hand was up, I wanted to speak to the issue of, I think, deficits and what the Southern Africa Power Pool is trying to do in terms of addressing that. What you find is countries to the north are rich in hydro, and they are producing hydro and actually have excess capacity. And countries to the north, countries to the south, where in most instances we are experiencing deficits. There is the challenge of lack of transmission capacity to wield the power or to transport the power from the countries that have access to countries that do not have access or that have limited access or are in deficit situation. Hence the need to promote self-generation as well as put up mini grids and other decentralized systems, as well as investing in transmission infrastructure so that this power can be evacuated and be redistributed to different countries. And the Southern Africa Power Pool has been conducting roadshows and where they are trying to promote the participation of independent power producers to trade power on the sub power pool. So you are all encouraged as producers to participate on the Southern Africa Power Pool, to trade and increase security of supply, as well as to promote regional integration. And at the moment, you need to be producing 5 megawatts, a minimum of 5 megawatts for you to be able to participate. And I think I would like to encourage you either to get in touch with them or also to go onto their websites to have a clear understanding in terms of what the market rules are. Then coming to the issue of dirty energy, and I think as the name implies, dirty, it has its own issues, it has implications on the on health, on our economies, and climate change is the major issue. We all have commitments to lower our emission levels from fossil fuel forms of energy. So that's the primary driver for trying to move away from the dirty energy and try to use sustainable resources, which we have in abundance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you,
There's a hand.
Sakri.
Okay.
Mr. Rogare, you wanted to add something on the issue of dirty and clean energy?
Okay, thank you so much for the question, honorable member, and thank you, Chair. Maybe we are talking of an energy mix here, where we are saying already in our energy mix, we already have the dirty energy, but to be honest, the dirty energy has failed to power Africa, has failed to power Southern Africa. Hence, we are talking of 39% access in rural areas. And if you check, if we are to deploy this dirty energy, it means we need also to make use of the infrastructure or utility-based distribution networks and transmission networks, which have proven to be very slow because some areas are not easily accessible. But now look at solar, which is in abundance, which I believe for Africa, it's our niche power source. It means it is very easy to deploy. You just need to carry in your bag your solar panels, your inverters, and your batteries. Then you can instantly, in 24 hours, you have managed to power a village, you've managed to power a house, and you have instantly changed people's lives. So why should we move to dirty, which is concentrated, which is a hazard, when it is easier for us to deploy something which can create jobs, more jobs? If you check the dirty energy, we are not going to create a lot of new jobs. We are just trying to expand what is already existing. So my thinking is, yes, we are not saying we are removing overnight the dirty energy completely, but our energy mix should show there is more in terms of additions on the sustainable and clean energy as we go. And also in the long term, if we are to look, there's no one who is now interested to invest in products which can use fossil fuels. Everyone now is now looking at coming up with electrical vehicles. So we are going to be specializing on something that is already in its transition, already being phased out. So yes, we may have that resource, but just because it was the first resource to be identified doesn't necessarily mean that it is the best for us. As for Africa, as for Southern Africa, let's make use of the clean energy, employing more people. It can also be the best for the new entrepreneur, the power entrepreneur, the prosumer, as was said by Sakri. So I think let us move with this niche. Yes, we cannot move tomorrow and say, let's stop all the coal generators. We may just have to phase them out over time, but let's push more of clean energy, which is sustainable, renewable, and long lasting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rugare. I see a hand from Honorable Mohadi. Please go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you, moderator. I think this issue of energy is a thorn in the flesh, taking into consideration that Southern Africa doesn't have sufficient energy. You can name it in all the departments that have been mentioned here, but still we lack enough energy that can sustain our region. My question is that we had a project of the Inga Dam and DRC, of which we were thinking that if ever this was carried on, maybe it was going to increase the power generation in our southern region. So I'm just wondering what happened, because it seems to be very quiet and there's no one who is talking about it now. I thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Honorable. Any other hand before I give over to Sakri and Mr. Rugare? Any other hand? While we wait for our other honorable members to make their submissions and comments, may I give the floor to Sakri to respond on Inga Dam project?
Thank you, Chair. I don't know whether Jeffrey would want to come in first while I look for some of the projects that we have in the pipeline. And it's not only Inga, but I think I want to speak to a number of them.
Oh, okay, Mr. Rugare.
Okay, maybe what I can only comment on the general hydro situation, which is prevailing at the moment, without narrowing on the exact position of the INGA at the moment, which I don't have ready information. But what we can see with hydro at the moment, we are really even experiencing some challenges as far as Kariba Dam. Now the water is very low, that we may anytime, if nothing happens in terms of power, more water coming into the dam, we may have to switch off the generators there. So I think the question now which is coming into play is, can we really rely on hydro only? Yes, we talk of water as renewable, but it is proving that it can be a challenge. Yes, we've got other dams like the Tubwe Kosi in Zimbabwe, which also should come and be a generator. But the issue of supply, remember, Kariba, Zambezi Kariba is also being fed from water, which is supposed to be coming from DRC coming down. So the issue of hydro, now we cannot rely on it on its own. Hence, I spoke about the energy mix, which I think we need to move towards more wind, more solar, because of the sustainability and predictability of that supply of sun. But as of the DRC situation at the moment, I'm not sure. But if it can come on board, I know it can. It was going to be of very great assistance in the southern power pool. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rugare. Can I hand over to Sakri, Ms. Mashikeni?
Thank you very much, Chair and Moderator. I'm still trying to find the slide that is talking to the project pipeline within the region. But what I would want to say is, I think Mr. Rugare has already alluded to the fact that, hydro is very susceptible of hydro projects, as you saw on our energy mix for 2040. And it's not only going to be INGA, we do have projects that will be coming up in Tanzania. We have projects that are coming up in Zambia, in Namibia as well, hydropower projects. And INGA is also still on the cards. But then the issue still remains, goes back to the issue of financing. Is financing available, and whether it's available and at what cost? So you find that even the implementation of INGA is still on the cards, but it's not going to be implemented as one whole project, but it will be in piecemeal, in phases. And we still have plans to integrate, Africa in line with the continental plans for regional integration, interconnecting the whole of Africa. And what we do have is to interconnect through our transmission infrastructure, to interconnect the Southern Africa Power Pool and the East Africa Power Pool. So you find that projects like INGA will still have a part to play in the whole and still hydro is just one component of the mix among other sources. We do still have to bring in our solar, and we still have to bring in wind and other sources. And dirty resource, as someone mentioned, still also has a contribution in the energy mix. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much for your response, Sakri. Oh, yes. Honorable Chair, I see your hand is up.
think the chair is experiencing network issues.
A supplementary question about the clean energy that is much being to milestone, considering the fact that, and I know most of the study heard. Can you hear me, honorable members? Can you hear me, honorable members?
Now you are clear. Earlier on, we could not get you.
Now I'm clear. All right, can you hear me
Now
there?
you are clear.
Okay. Yeah, I was saying the reason why I was asking about the clean and dirty energy, because I had in mind that much of the dirty energy that is being talked about, we have got the infrastructure already intact. And now we're talking of clean energy, which it is very, very expensive to run. I've got examples here in my country, Malawi. For someone to give, we are signing power purchase agreements, but for the investment, it's just too heavy. So my question would still be, how sure are we going to be able to finance such type of huge projects within the SADC region, having in mind that most of the SADC member states, they are also going through financial difficulties. And yet the dirty energy, the infrastructure is there. It will just be a matter of maybe trying to upgrade or maybe trying to see into new energy. I submit, moderator.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Mr. Rugare.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair, for your follow-up question on the issue of dirty energy. Yes, indeed, we have infrastructure, most of which in most countries is aging, which is not efficient and having a lot of breakdowns. If you check why South Africa at the moment is experiencing a lot of power outages, even in Zimbabwe, our Hwange, it is because of aging equipment, which is not efficient, which is got a power factor. You need a lot of money to really run it. And in terms of transmission, we're having a lot of losses, even on distribution. So the existing infrastructure, it is already depreciated to full, meaning to say we actually need to replace it for it to be run efficient. So we are now having something that we see, which is no longer efficient, or investing on something that is promising and which is going to run for a foreseeable future, which is not yet there. So it is now, we have to make a balance on what is the best. Do we have to go for a short term? Because one thing for sure that we know is once you start using coal, each time you are taking a wagon of coal into the generator, just know that that coal is gone. It's not going to be there again. And it means at some point, those generators are going to be obsolete because there'll be no resource to fire them up. So it's better now with Queen, we do a transition. Let's run whatever is still there, whatever is still productive. Let us run it to its absolute terms. At the same time, let us heavily invest in renewable energy, because it's a matter also of economies of scale. The more we go bigger, the better in terms of costs. The more we also have some power plants where we have shared appetite is SADC, the better for us. So still, as much as we may have those infrastructure, but I believe we need now to move to sustainable energy, which is long lasting. Why why now in 2022, do we still have more than 80, almost 70, 80% of our rural communities? Why with those generators, why still we do not have them connected to the grid? Why do we still have them using fossil fuels, which are, some of which are very dangerous to their health? So it's an issue of also looking at social and also human side of the type of investment that we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rugare. Sakri, I see your hand is up, Ms. Marshall. The floor is yours. Go ahead, Sakri.
Thank you, moderator. I think just to reiterate the same points, we are not saying that we are completely, I think, getting rid of dirty energy. We are talking of the just transition. Just transition, it means it's still part of the energy mix. However, given our aging infrastructure, how are we going to best salvage or make use of that existing infrastructure to integrate renewable energy? You find that I'll give the example of South Africa, Komati Power Station. You know, it's reached the end of its life, and they're starting to integrate solar panels, PV solar, and they're doing skills development, among other things, so that, you know, renewable energy comes in and plays a key role, however, without dismantling the existing infrastructure and integrating renewable energy sources, so that, you know, we try and also minimize the amount of the levels of investment that is required. Yes, we appreciate the fact that, you know, it's still quite expensive, but costs have significantly come. In this Africa, in Southern Africa, we do have the sunshine, which is infinite, as opposed to your finite core resources, which also have health implications and the environmental implications. Why don't we introduce energy to coexist and create jobs, sustainable jobs in the long run? Then you find that even in terms of financiers, you go out there, the funding for dirty energy projects is dwindled, it's almost, I think, non-existent now. So, you know, we also don't want to be found, you know, in that space where we're still holding on to something that is being phased out globally, and, you know, without transitioning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mashinike, for your response. I'm trying to view my gallery and I'm not seeing any hand up at the moment. Please remember the survey from the ICT team that has been shared on our chat. I just want you to take a quick survey. At this moment, if our honorable members of parliament have made their submission, I just want to inquire if there are any last contributions from the citizen, maybe something that has come as an afterthought of today's deliberations. I see through your hands if there's any citizen who would like to make the last contributions. Any citizens? Before I invite the vice chairperson of the committee to give us closing remarks, are there any last comments from citizens?
Hello, maybe just in after just
Yes,
one more comment from me.
But I wanted to say something.
Yes, just one point.
Yes.
Yes, I just wanted to say, I think we need to create these opportunities, especially for the young people, so that they can venture into this new business of clean energy, because we actually have high unemployment rates. So I think as parliamentarians, as honorable members, it will be important to also take stock of the amount of entrepreneurs or new businesses that are in this space and see how our governments can also help in terms of funding of these projects. Because I've seen over the past 2-3 years in Zimbabwe, we now have a lot of young people now employed in this space. But what is now required is to make sure that we capacitate them, give them skills. I am one person, a product of, when I started Global Solar, that was in 2014, as a young man, we could not get enough information, we could not get enough support, both from government or from like bankers have said. But I think now, everyone now understands that solar works, wind works. So it is important that as honorable members, we can push also legislation that can capacitate young people and women in this space. It's not difficult. I'm not an engineer by profession. I'm a finance person, an investor in this space. So the entry levels in terms of if you've got the appetite and the passion, it's not that massive, but we just need a bit of support. Maybe congregate young entrepreneur, see how we can help them, how we can shape their thinking capacity, how can we come up with quality products. So I thought maybe as an afterthought, let young people make money out of this industry, not just be consumers, but like Saki said, let us be pro-consumers, people who are able also to earn a living out of this new energy revolution. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator. I think we have lost our moderator, but I see 3 hands from Lovemore. Then we have Lillian and Our Lady, the presenter from Sakri. Maybe in that order, we can start with Lovemore, followed by Lillian, and then we will have Girl, and then finally our presenter will respond from Sakri.
Okay, thank you. Mine is not a question as such, but I wanted just to make comments on what Mr. Lugari, the Global Solar chair, has just shared, as well as on the issue of the solar issue. I think more of our months, but it has happened to that we don't usually utilize it. So this is, I think, the high time where we should now consider it as one of the source of power, so that we can even or either top up our hydroelectric power just to enhance our daily activity. I think this could do us good, unlike just relying on hydropower. And on the same, Mr. Also Lugari has also talked on the issue of government setting up regulations, which could otherwise help citizens just to ensure that they do good themselves by ensuring that they are better involved in business activity. And on the same, I would like just to explain to it that if government sets up some business regulations, not as such to hinder the citizens, then I think that could reduce the difference that is there between the rich and the poor, considering that the citizen, those who have low or even just get a little money would even involve themselves in business issues. And on the issue of investing in research, he also highlighted on investing much on colleges, universities, on issues to do with this. I think that could also do us good, because we have centered much on those old ways of energy sources, unlike just going further or exploring the new ones. I think if you try just to do or encourage our governments just to invest much on research on those in the university. I think that could also improve the electricity generation in our country. I think those three, those are what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nyasulu. We can
Thank you,
have.
Mr. Nyasulu.
Yeah,
I also. Mr. Nyasulu, may you mute your mic? Yes. Mr. Nyasulu, may you mute your mic? Thank you. Let us go to Lillian Alex.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to add on, I wanted to comment that I think we should also consider the poor citizens or the local people who cannot afford the proposed sources of energy. We may consider them in terms of cost effectiveness, whereby I think we should. Are you yelling? Okay, I think we should find the innovative sources of renewable energy that can favor even the local people, because as in Tanzania, we use gas for cooking, but I think most of the local people cannot afford because of the costs, and they still use the firewood and charcoal because the cost of such sources of energy is cheaper. So I think we should also consider the issue of cost effectiveness so that all people can afford. And at the end of the day, the issue of banning the use of non-renewable energy sources may be attained. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lillian Alex. At this point, we can have Gail Lukusa.
Oui, merci beaucoup pour la parole accordée. Moi, je pense que investir dans les domaines de l'énergie renouvelable est indispensable, surtout à l'ère du développement où nous sommes. Mais je pense que tout investissement passe par la qualité des ressources. Autrement dit, la qualité de personnel qui doivent mettre en œuvre ces projets. Et au lieu de penser que nous pouvons directement commencer à la phase d'exécution, moi, je voudrais suggérer que nous qui sommes au Parlement des jeunes de la SADC, qu'on essaye d'élaborer des projets de loi qui peuvent valoriser les domaines de l'éducation technique, les domaines de l'éducation qui peut préparer nos jeunes frères dès le bas âge, nos jeunes sœurs et frères dès le bas âge, à comprendre les enjeux relatifs à un investissement dans les domaines de l'énergie renouvelable. Tout passe par l'éducation. Par moments, nous échouons pour beaucoup de projets simplement parce que nous n'avons pas été bien instruits. Il y a un faible niveau d'instruction et c'est ce qui nous freine. Et je pense que c'est ça. Nous devons aussi repenser à notre manière de bénéficier de l'éducation dès les bas âges pour bien entreprendre. C'était ma petite contribution. Je vous remercie pour l'attention soutenue.
Thank you very much. From our presenters from Global Solar Group and SACRI, are there any concluding comments that you'd like to make?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Moderator. I think from SACRI, I would want to say thank you very much for this opportunity. Allow us to share with you what we do and what is happening in the energy sector in SADC region. I have shared a link on our enterprise support facility that we run, and we try and promote renewable energy entrepreneurship. I would like to urge you to spread the word around so that we have as much participation as possible from our own entrepreneurs. We provide skills development there, and I try and prepare them for different activities in their renewable energy journeys. Then I also want to encourage you to keep watching the space. Visit our website from time to time. We do post information about our activities there. Then last but not least, we run in a youth forum where we bring to the center stage issues related to renewable energy in as far as they affect the youth. So it's also something that we also post, and we run such fora. And I would like to encourage the youth to participate. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Mr. Rugari?
Okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity that you have given us as Global Solar to share on the very important issue of fighting energy poverty. Here at Global Solar, we always say let there be light. And the one thing I can say is through our experience, we are ready always to partner other fellow Africans, fellow Southern Africa members to set up either plans to produce bulbs or solar panels within the region so that we can also help each other create employment, fight energy poverty, fight poverty. So we are always ready to share notes and also to learn from others. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We are almost concluding our session. And I think from what came out from the presentations that have been made, both from the agriculture theme and energy, I think is the fact that the youths are not usually involved in decision-making processes for the various policies or strategies or activities that most member states take up. And as a result, it becomes very difficult for the youths to participate in these activities. There's also an issue of financing that came up both in the agriculture sector and renewable energy space. There's an issue of to urge member states to maybe make deliberate effort to come up with some financing mechanisms or framework that can support the young people to take up some of these activities, especially in the renewable energy space. We have also heard the need for member states to look at their policies and legislation so that there can be aspects of encouraging youths and motivating the youths again. So much has come up regarding the lack of member states to involve the youths in many aspects. And this also takes takes me to the issue of the curriculum. They need to review the school curriculum, especially in agriculture. There was an issue that came up that most of the curriculum does not emphasize the practical aspects of agriculture. Most of the content in the curriculum is focuses so much on the theoretical aspect. So there's need in that area to review, I think, the curriculum. Of course, also there's an issue that that doesn't seem to be very clear, although our presenters, I think they did provide clarity in that area regarding why we need to transition to clean energies. There was an issue that in their responses, they said that we, as countries, even in the SADC region, we've made commitments to the Paris Agreement, which compels us to fulfill certain things, and one of them is to reduce our greenhouse emissions. I think with that short summary, I can now call upon the chair to just give us our closing remarks. Honorable Chair, are you with us?
Yes, Sharon, I'm here.
Please go ahead, Chair.
All right, thank you very much, Sharon. Honorable members of the SADC PF Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources, the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Ms. Bomo Segoma, our esteemed moderator, Mr. Marawidze, the Rapporteur Committee Secretary, Ms. Nyerongo, our distinguished fellow SADC citizens, ladies and gentlemen. From the outset, allow me to state that this has been a meeting with a difference. Indeed, this meeting has showcased the importance of involving citizens in decision-making processes. And I am happy that some of the information that our citizens have shared today will form part of our recommendations to the 52nd Plenary Assembly. This has been a true reflection of our desire as SADC Parliamentary Forum to truly be a torchbearer of parliamentary democracy and development, as episode in our strategic plan. This meeting has truly highlighted our desire upon the terms of democracy in the SADC region. As we end, I wish to thank all SADC citizens, whether individual or institutions, who have made submissions here today for their participation. I need not to emphasize that without you, this meeting would have not have been a success. Allow me to pay tribute to all those who participated as observers on various media platforms. Thank you for your interest in the work of the committee and the work of the forum in general. We are hopeful that you will continue to support our work and that at another opportunity, you too may be able to make a submission before a relevant standing committee of this forum. Let me also take this opportunity to thank all honorable members for your active participation throughout the public hearing session. Your active engagement in this process has helped to open up space for interaction with the citizens of SADC, which space we need, which space we hope we can enlarge for sustainable and engagement. Your participation, honorable members, has immensely contributed to the success of our engagement with citizen representatives of the SADC region. To the often unusual heroes, the Secretariat, I wish to place on records special congratulations for the hard work that went into preparation for this meeting and for very brilliant ideas of holding the meeting session in the public hearing mode. Honorable members, it is not my intention to regularize that our citizens from already stated, but let me just highlight that food security and access to clean and affordable energy is a precursor to the socio-economic of our citizens. Through our interactions today, we have been reminded about the importance of adopting sustainable agriculture practices. If adopted and implemented, such practices can assist our farmers, especially smallholder farmers, to reduce over the resilience of toxic chemicals such as synthetic fertilizers and pesticides. In the process of doing so, we will be guaranteed healthy land and good produce. As I conclude, allow me to briefly state that ensuring access to the clean energy is paramount for all member states in the region and is part of the priorities of the developmental aspirations of the continent. If achieved, we are all now aware of the many benefits that can occur to our citizens. Further, this can assist us attain some of the aspirations envisionary in our respective developments, plans, and policies, including Sustainable Development Goals number 6 of the clean energy, among others. With these few words, I wish to thank each one of you once again, and I declare this meeting closed. Thank you very much, honorable members. Thank you, SADC citizens. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Obrigado. Over to you, Sharon.
Thank you, Chair. ICT, you can terminate.
There's a survey which we may request the participants to complete before termination, Sharon.
Oh, okay.
Sure, it's been pasted in the chat box.
Yes, okay. Honorable members and participants, we just request that maybe just you stay on for a few minutes so that you can give us feedback regarding the survey that was posted in the chat. Would appreciate if you can give us the feedback from that questionnaire.